G'day and welcome to the final day of the 2025 Oceania Under 22s racing regatta here with the Trans-Tasman feeling of New Zealand, two New Zealand clubs, teams, and all the states here. We've got this first race at 9:30, the preliminary race for the mixed eights, the mixed Cox eights, with Queensland in 2, Australian Capital Territory in 3, Victoria in 4, New South Wales in 5, South Australia in 6, and Tasmania in lane 7. Looks like we're underway with that first race. We got in the Queensland crew, Georgia Mortimer, Courtney Davis, Flynn O'Loughlin, Fred Atkins, Joseph Petrie Repa, Mac Rogers, Hannah Johansson, Tiggy Wake, Tom Shaw the coxswain. The ACT is Laura Painter, Rihanna Sando, Imogen Johnson, Meg Cartwright, Joshua Miller, Campbell Milne, Tom Carlisle, Hamish McKee, and Moira Garrity. Victoria's got Alyssa Mirabelli, Jacinta Caruso, Francesca Spano, Beatrix Hearn, Archie Critchell, Reese Davey, Joe Lee Conway, Dan Stuta, Arabella Hall is a coxswain. New South Wales, Sarah Berashi, Josephine Armstrong, Madison Joins, Alice McCready, Nicholas Halulis, James Scott Brown, Will Club Corey Sloan, and Matilda Milsom. South Australia's got Lulu Colgrove, good on you Lulu, Emma Spittle, Georgina Southcott, Imogen Graham, Daniel Wiersma, James Williams, Jude Shermer, George Griffith, with Maddie Newland the coxswain, and Tasmania is Noah Ravai, Lily Barker, Alana Edwards, May Wayne, Ollie Dowling, Oliver Hart, Angus Painter, Henry Manning, and Morgan Herbert, the Cox. So the crews have been racing about halfway down the course. Looks like a pretty good race. Now, this is a preliminary race, so the best place getters will be allocated the favoured lanes by the officials for the final. That's the procedure and reason for having a preliminary race. So the conditions today are more tailwind than anything else, so the lanes may not be particularly favoured. I don't think they were over-favoured yesterday, but that's the way the World Rowing body operates with time trials and with preliminary races. We've had every type of action in this regatta, the time trials and heats, and now we've got a preliminary race. So why bother? Well, it is and can be very worthwhile. You get rewarded in rowing for your best efforts in racing. At the moment, I've got the Queensland crew and Victoria battling for the lead, and right over on the far side, the Tasmanians look like they're in front of South Australia. So approaching the closing stages now, and I'd say it's definitely Victoria in front. Then it's either Tasmania or Queensland in second. South Australia is in front of New South Wales. So South Australia will be fourth in front of the New South Wales crew. So it's a mixed 8, so 4 men, 4 women, and either male or a female coxswain. It never matters in rowing. We can have males, females coxing whichever race. And a good battle for the lead here. Victoria just holding off. Tasmania putting in a bit of a surge and certainly putting on an effort to try and get that favoured, whatever lane it will be. but Victoria looked pretty composed and in good control there. They've got about half a length lead to cross the line, so it's going to be Victoria first in the preliminary race for the mixed eights. Tassie in second. There's a battle for third place. Queensland the South Australians, I think, have caught the Queenslanders, and maybe, it's not official, or very close. It was either South Australia or Queensland. Here comes New South Wales in fifth, and the ACT crew going to, looks like they've got an Adelaide Rowing Club top in there, I recognise. Adelaide Rowing Club Zudi in that ACT crew as listed. So that's racing for 9:30, and the next race is at 10:30. So good time for a coffee break. The regatta shop's not there anymore. It closed down yesterday. So thanks to everyone for organising that race. So we'll have preliminary races for the men's and women's coxed eights from 10:30. It's Phil Mangelsdorf here, and we'll be back. Just a reminder that we are live streaming that racing, so that you can always you can let your people know back home or wherever that they can watch this on YouTube. The live stream is live. That's the way it should be. And thanks to the volunteers that do all this, and the volunteers that have put a lot of effort into organising and running this regatta. And the only thing the volunteers can't do is organise the weather, unfortunately. So we do what we can with the weather. The weather's got its own memory and does what it likes. Enjoy the rest of your morning. See you at 10:30. Good day and good morning. It's approaching race time again. It's 10 minutes to the start of race time. For anyone that's new to the area here, the official regatta time is available for you at the top of the judges' tower. The digital clock there is regatta time. It's just gone 10:19 Telstra time. And we're about to have the preliminary races in the men's and women's eights. And why have we got preliminary races? The FISA system, World Rowing System, they have a preliminary race, which the results of which determine what lanes you race in the medal final. So they are important races and can be used however the competitors wish. They can race their best because the results are that the first place getters get the allocation of lanes as the most favoured lanes according to the weather committee and the boat race officials. And today, with the wind blowing and weather being problematic all during the 3 days of this regatta, that can be a substantial advantage or disadvantage for the lane allocation. So good luck with that. So the first race when we have set up a regatta, we run the either the men first or the women first. So all the races for this regatta will be men first. So the men's 8 is the next event, and the women's 8 will be the second event. So we races today number 30 and 31. The race numbers are numbered right from the very first event of the 3-day regatta in this case. I did get the results of races yesterday were published in the local paper, the Sunday Mail. You can see them in print in the biggest newspaper sold in South Australia, the biggest circulation. Sunday Mail have been putting results in there ever since my rowing career has been involved with that. I think the saving grace, looking at the conditions, the weather, at least it's a tailwind or a following wind. It'd be if they were racing against this headwind, this is a headwind, it wouldn't be so much fun as it might be today. Having a look at the lineup. The first race. Hello. Got Western. Hello, here we go. Western Australia in lane 2, Queensland in 3, Victoria in 4, New Zealand North Island in 5, the South Island New Zealand in 6, the ACT in 7, and South Australia in 8. The crews as listed are Western Australia, Blair Bow. Yeah, I've got to say, if he's the bow man, or she's the bow man, that's good. Connor Brace, Jacob Arms, Fergus McCallum, William Joseph, Mahariak, Blair Parnell, Kit Muller, William Main, Harrison Ranger the Cox. Coaches, Alex Steffens and Graham Scattergood. Queensland, Jed Galley, Leonard Hughes, Mitchell Owen, Joseph Tyne, Mika Talbot, Pat Murphy, George Schmidt, Harry Dixon and Tom Shaw the Cox. Victoria, James Forsyth, Sam Chin, Joshua Matheson, William Hexter, Max Curry, Alexander Williams, James Simpson, James Houghton, Arabella Hall. North Island, New Zealand is Jamison McConaughey, James Holland, Clayton Potts, Ethan Claridge, Charles Beale, Daniel Taylor, Targ Farach, Jack Henry, Bradley Kingma is the coxswain, coach Michael Munro. No, Michelle Munro, sorry. In the South Island, New Zealand crew, we've got Flynn Mercer, Ashley James Fitzgerald, Luke Brock, Jackson Compain, Finn Allison, Jonty McIntosh, Toby Robinson, Charlie Moon, Ashley Tackon, the Cox, coaches Lauren Gibb and Justin Wall. The Australian Capital Territory is Angus Scott, Dylan Outram, James Robson, Ben Hayward, Harry Willis, Frederick Kearney, Jess Rosen, Darcy James, Moira Geraghty is the Cox, coaches Tom Westgarth and Kendall Brody. And from South Australia, Jonathan McKay, Igor Zarabin, Hugo Worm, Arthur Drayton, Max Henry, Oliver Woods, Evans Wood, Henry Belcher, Jasper Boyce, Sophia Tayeb, the Cox. That's the lineups for the men's 8, due to start at 10:30. Regatta time 10:26, so 4 minutes to start time. Good racing to all. So the race has started. We're off and racing in the men's Coxed 8 for the Oceania under 22 competition. So early days, the field pretty close and looks like fierce competition. I think the crews are definitely. This one's hello. We're back on the air. Thanks. So the crews have travelled nearly halfway now. Probably just about through the halfway mark. I think the Queensland crew are doing very well in lane 3 and having a good battle with the Western Australian crew. But I'd say it's Queensland, definitely Queensland and Victoria, pretty close together. South Australia on the far side. Possibly in the running. Got a good picture on the big screen here. So I hope the people are enjoying that. What a magnificent sight here at West Lakes with the field of men's eights racing, and I think pretty much looking at the field that they're all racing as hard as they can. So in the middle there, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it might be the two New Zealand crews that are setting a good pace here. They seem to be battling with each other for the lead. South Australia in the red over on the far side. They'll be the leading boat from the Australian states. but definitely two New Zealand crews going hammer and tongs here for the lead. I'd say the South Island crew are in front of the North Island crew. South Australia running third. ACT looks like fourth. New South Wales. And back to Victoria. Oh, what a good finish here. The South Australians are pushed right up to the New Zealand boats. So it's going to be a pretty close finish. The judge photo finish camera will be working there. So very close between South Australia and New Zealand. North Island, South Island third. And it was certainly a pretty serious attempt there. Those crews, I'd say every one of them was absolutely flat out trying to make sure they get the best result for the lane allocation for the final. Magnificent racing. Sorry, I lost the microphone broke down there for a while. I got a loose wire, I think, and I couldn't use my stopwatch to get any ratings. So I apologise for that. So I'm using two hands to stay on the air. I'll try and get the official results from the judges. Just need to wait for them to they sort it. With a close race like that, they will confirm. They'll probably replay the photo finish just to confirm that they've got exactly right. Meanwhile, I'll give you the women's race introduction and details. So the women's 8, race number 31. We have the ACT in lane 2, South Australia in 3, Queensland in 4, West Australia in 5, Victoria in 6, New Zealand north and south, by the look of it, in lane 7. The ACT crew, Sophia Smith, Carly Netherway, Pip Gray, Emma Goulven, Jade Wilson, Zara Turner, Hannah Griffiths, Aprilia Mitchell, Charlotte Catchpole is the Cox, coaches Tom Westgarth and Kendall Brody. South Australia's Rosie Kavanagh, Victoria Binns, Hannah Clawton, Zara Hoadley, Caroline McNally, Daisy Holland, Deanna Macalino, Ella Mackay, and Madison Newland the Cox. Queensland's Grace Turnbull, Alice O'Toole, Astrid Coates, Grace Moffat, Leija Murphy, Georgia Campbell, Manea Bishop, Georgia Montague, and Grace Bentley the Cox. Western Australia's Elsie Griffith, Chloe Fleury, Lara Connolly, Isabella Utley, Noella Holland, Emma O'Neill, Isabella Edinger, Imogen Hubbard, Helena Herworth. The Cox, coached by Rebecca Dunn and Graham Scattergood. Victoria's Amber Tulloch, Isabella Rosato, Georgia Miller, Eddie Benson, Victoria Trenton, Scarlett Shelton, Isabella Morrison, Felicity Murray, Morgan Herbert the Cox. New Zealand North and South Island team is Millie Scott, India Nichols, Olivia Olenshaw, Olivia Fairbenga, Ella Barr, Jessie Pulford, Emma Bardry, Tegan Nagus, and Heidi Baldwin, the coxswain. Coaches Ella Campbell, Justin Wall, and Lauren Gibb. Race due to start at 10:40. It's 10:41. They've started. They're on the way. So they're away in the women's Cox State, the ACT, South Australia, Queensland, Western Australia, Victoria, and New Zealand. We'll just call it New Zealand. It's North and South Island total team connection. They haven't given me the official results of that first race yet. So we can clearly see the three of the lanes at the moment. We've got a tree in the way of both the camera and my commentary position. Commentary position used to be up the top of the judges' tower, and we had magnificent view, but we've been kicked out of there to put the photo finish camera in and all the other technology equipment. So they put us in the wind tunnel here in the commentary, so we can't see anything either. So I can now see four boats. I can see New Zealand, Victoria, West Australia, and Queensland, and they're all travelling pretty well. I'm frightened to put this microphone down in case it stops working again. What I can see on the screen here, it's a pretty tight race. There's not a lot separating the boats. I can now see five boats, and the South Australian crew have come into view, and they're probably travelling as well as any. It's not clear to me who's in front. Coming through. Looks like about the halfway mark. Hello. Yeah, Queensland are in front at the halfway by my judgment. Hello. Yeah, I'd say the lead boats are Queensland and New Zealand. Hello. Yeah, Queensland and New Zealand are the lead boats. So New Zealand on the far side. Queensland in one of the middle lanes. South Australia might be in third place. Victoria travelling pretty well on the far side, but the Queensland in the maroon colours, they're in lane 3 in the centre of the course, and the New Zealand crew on the far side. They're certainly battling for the lead. Sorry, I can't give you any ratings. I'm using 2 hands to try and keep this microphone working. Seems to have a loose wire in it. Pretty clear to my eye now that New Zealand have taken the lead over on the far side. Victoria are probably in 3rd place, just ahead of South Australia. Then back to Western Australia and the ACT in trailing the field. So they're approaching they've through 500 metres to go, approaching the last 250 metres with the red boys there, and clearly in front, the New Zealand crew. New Zealand leading, Victoria and Queensland fighting for 2nd at the moment. Victoria, Queensland have had some good battles in recent times. South Australia in 4th place, just ahead of Western Australia and then the ACT. But it's a big lead here for the New Zealanders. The Kiwi crew, both the North and South Island combined crew, they've got clear water lead over the Queensland and Victoria crews who are battling it out for local bragging rights. But a clear win now to New Zealand. They're well out in front, looking very neat there together. Handling the conditions very well. And Queensland just getting the better of Victoria in the closing stages. So Queensland are going to take 2nd place, Victoria 3rd, South Australia in their red coming 4th. And that's Western Australia in the green with a gold stripe, and the ACT in their mainly yellow outfits with their blue and blue trim. That's the women's 8, the Cox State preliminary race. As I said, the winners get allocated the best lanes as per the decision later today, where who knows what the weather will be like then. But that's the reward for winning the preliminary races in rowing in the way the FISA progression is. That's the and today with the weather quite possibly changing, that winning the preliminary race does give you the opportunity to have the best lanes according to the officials for the for later. So it's coffee or morning tea time. It's the next race is due at 11:35. The Paramen, the single scull again, and Division 5. So that's the end of racing until 11:35. Enjoy your coffee or morning tea. Thanks. Sorry about the having trouble with the broadcast. This microphone's been going on off the whole regatta. Apparently we left it on. It was working when we didn't know it was working yesterday. So apologies for some of our chatter that you might have heard when we didn't think this microphone was working. So I do have the official results of both the races. So the crew's just coming in. New Zealand first in the women's preliminary, Queensland second, Victoria third, South Australia fourth, West Australia fifth, and the ACT sixth. I've just got the official results from the judges for the first race. So the men's preliminary race. It was North Island, New Zealand first, and South Australia second, Victoria third. It was quite close, so that is official now. North Island first in the men's 8, South Australia second, Victoria third. ACT were fourth, South Island, New Zealand fifth, Queensland sixth, and Western Australia seventh. That was the official results of the men's race. Thanks to our volunteer officials for giving us that information. Okay, enjoy your morning tea and coffee or whatever. Please, my apologies. Power, power race is on now. They didn't seem to tell me that. So the this time Mitch, the single sculler from South Australia, was in front of the para double scull. So Mitch. So great effort there by the para single sculler Mitch. He seems to have handled the conditions very well. And I'm not informed whether that was a 1,000-metre race or a 2,000-metre race this time. They certainly had 1,000-metre races in the previous days. So South Australia Mitch in the Power 1 has beaten the double scull today.
So these two events, 11:35, we combine, and they've just come out at 10:50.
Right. So good day, good morning. Racing is due to resume at 11:45 with race number 34. That's the final of the mixed eights. The final of the mixed eights, and the draw is in lane 2, the ACT, in lane 3, South Australia, in lane 4, Tasmania, in lane 5, Victoria, in lane 6, Queensland, in lane 7, New South Wales. Whilst I'm mentioning lane draw, it's taken a while to get the final draw up, I believe. The bow numbers are available and are in the bow numbers at the judge's tower at the finish line. So for the final races 35 and 36, the bow numbers are all online now. So just introducing the crews for the mixed eights. I haven't been notified of any changes, so should be in lane 2. The Australian Capital Territory is Lara Painter, Rhiannon Sando, Imogen Johnson, Meg Cartwright, Joshua Miller, Campbell Milne, Tom Carlisle, Hamish McGee, and Moira Geraghty the Cox. In lane 2, South Australia, it's Lulu Colgrove, sorry Lulu, Emma Spittle, Georgina Southcott, Imogen Graham, Daniel Wiersma, James Williams, Jude Schwimmer, and George Griffith, with Madison Newland, the Cox. In lane 3, Tasmania, Noah Rovai, Lily Barker, Alana Edwards, May Wayne, Ollie Dowling, Oliver Hart, Angus Painter, Henry Manning, and Morgan Herbert, the Cox. In lane 5, Victoria, Alyssa Mirabelli, Jacinta Caruso, Francesca Spano, Beatrix Hearn, Archie Critchell, Reese Davey, Joe Lee Conroy, Dan Stute, and Arabella Hall, the Cox. In lane 6, Queensland, that's Georgia Mortimer, Courtney Davis, Flynn O'Loughlin, Fred Atkins, Joseph Petrie Repar, Mac Rogers, Hannah Johansson, Tiggy Wake, and Tom Shaw, the Cox. And in lane 7, New South Wales, Sarah Barretchery, Josephine Armstrong, Madison Joines, Alice McCready, Nicholas Halulis, James Scott Brown, Will Clubb, Corey Sloan, and Matilda Milsom, the Cox. And those crews are in the starters' hands. Thanks to all our boat holders who have been freezing over the last 3 days of this regatta to hold the boats at the boat held start. Thanks to all our volunteers that have helped out. Regatta time is 11:41, so 4 minutes to start time. 4 minutes to start time for the final of the mixed eights. So we're down to the last 3 races of the day. The draw has been done for the allocation of lanes. I've been told that there's no favoured lane. It's a traditional draw. The fastest heat winners, preliminary race winners, will be in the centre of the course, which is deemed to be the most advantageous for safe racing and fair racing. So looking at the screen on the YouTube live stream, I can see the boats moving onto the starting pontoons. So we're not far from a start for the mixed eights final for the 2025 Oceania Under 22 Teams Rowing Championships. The prize for the team with the most winning points is the Rusty Robertson Trophy. For those of you who don't know who Rusty Robertson was, he was a New Zealander who coached successful New Zealand national crews and Olympic crews, and he also, in his career, came and coached in Australia, and he coached Australian international crews. Rusty Robertson was a wonderful coach, a great mentor. In my early coaching career, I enjoyed the company of Rusty Robertson here at West Lakes when we had a national regatta, and I spent quite a bit of time with him, was mentored by him as a young coach. So I certainly have fond memories of Rusty Robertson, and he was a very popular coach. All the rowers who raced under his tutorage certainly loved him. And it's very appropriate that this trophy for this Oceania event, we're calling it a Trans-Tasman event, you could also call it, very appropriate that a man that coached both New Zealand and Australian crews in international competition has this trophy named after him for the, in this case, the Oceania Under 22s competition with the crews from each state, from South Australia and the ACT, and from North and South Island and New Zealand. And they're sharing the duties in the women's race, two New Zealand teams. Just repeat the lane draw for this race. It's the ACT in 2, South Australia in 3, Tasmania in 4, Victoria in 5, Queensland in 6, and New South Wales in 7. We're racing. They're off and racing. So those of you who are on the YouTube, the live stream, you probably only see a couple of the boats on the far side of the course. So that'll be the New South Wales on your left of the screen and Queensland alongside of them on the inside. So New South Wales on the extreme left, then Queensland. The next boat you'll see come into view will be Victoria and Tasmania, and finally South Australia and the ACT will come into view on the screen, those that are watching the live stream. So the Victorian crew and Tasmania, those two crews are fighting for the lead. They've already drawn away from the Queensland and New South Wales crews that we could see in this mixed 8. So with 4 men, 4 women in each crew. It's the Victorians and Tasmanians that are setting the pace. We still can't see on the screen the ACT and South Australian teams. It looks like South Australia just coming into view now. They're not far behind the leading boats. So I think those 3 boats are the leading boats: Victoria, South Australia and Tasmania. South Australian, you might think they have a home ground advantage, but in this sort of conditions, just good rowing is what you need. And I'm sure all these crews are trained for the live conditions we have here today. So the ACT and South Australia are both moving quite well. So I reckon there's 4 boats that are, so 2 boats that are leading. The Victorian and Tasmanian crews are probably battling for first and second. Then South Australia and the ACT for third and fourth. They've pulled away from Queensland and New South Wales, I believe. Approaching the halfway mark. And I suspect it's the Victorians who have laid down the gauntlet to the opposition here. So just through the 1,000-metre mark, I've got the Victorians rating at 36 strokes to the minute. So they're certainly clipping it along at a good pace. That's the sort of rating they should be holding for this part of the race in these conditions. And I think they are leading the race through the halfway mark. Possibly South Australia may have certainly pulled up, I think, right alongside of Tasmania. Certainly not far behind. It's Victoria, just in this third 500, they've made a distinct move and got a clear lead now. Victoria leading in the mixed 8s final, the medal final, the final mixed 8s race of the regatta. Tasmania holding off South Australia, who look like they are making an effort there to catch them. The ACT doing quite well on the inside lane. And Queensland also pulled well clear of New South Wales. So it's the final of the mixed 8s today. These are fast conditions with this wind. The Victorians have been the fastest of the lot at the moment. They've pulled right away from the rest of the field. It's Victoria in the blue, the dark blue of Victoria with their white V leading from Tasmania. South Australia and Queensland battling for the bronze medal. I think Queensland have moved into third place, and in fact, coming home quite quickly, they're catching the Tasmanians, I'd say. But Victoria, barring accidents, look like winning this. They've got a clear lead, and it's Tasmania versus Queensland for the second place. They've pulled clear of South Australia in the red. New South Wales and the ACT trailing back. But it's Victoria in the mixed 8s of the Oceania competition of 2025. Victoria clearly in front. They've got daylight, clear water in the lead. Tasmania have shaken off the challenge from Queensland. So Tasmania clearly holding second place in this mixed 8s. But a win to Victoria across the line. Over a boat length clear. Tasmania almost exactly a length in front of Queensland. South Australia are going to come in fourth place. And looks like the ACT are going to hold off against the against New South Wales. So ACT leading New South Wales across the line. So that was the mixed 8s final, the medal final. So those results aren't official. That's just my call of what I saw. Hope you enjoyed that. That was a pretty good exhibition there by the Victorians to win that. It was excellent racing and great rowing. The Tasmanian, the second for my eye, Queensland third. Those crews, the South Australian crew, all rowing very well. ACT would have finished fifth, and New South Wales was sixth. Those results will be officially checked and distributed online. So we've got another break in the program time now. Very civilised this sort of time. It's the sort of time they have at Henley Royal Regatta between races, and with a morning tea break and an afternoon tea break. It's very sociable at Royal Henley Regatta, and we're emulating that here with a break now until 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock at 1:10, you'll have the final of the men's 8 at 1 o'clock and the women's 8 at 1:10. The bow numbers are available because the draw has been made and the draw is online. One other reminder, and I mentioned bow numbers, when you have finished racing, please send the bow numbers back to the judges' tower at the base at ground level there. You do medals at the yeah, and presentations for medals and the Rusty Robertson Trophy will be at the end of after the last race, so at the end of the day of racing. So, yeah, medals and trophy presentations at the end of the day. Thanks. Good day and good afternoon. We're about to resume racing. We have the last two races of this Oceania regatta, the men's 8 and then the women's 8. Do the introduction for the men's 8 first. The lane order is Queensland in lane 2, the ACT in 3, South Australia in 4, New Zealand in 5, Victoria in 6, South Island, New Zealand in 7, and Western Australia in 8. So the Queensland 8, men's 8 in lane 2 is Jed Gully, Leonard Hughes, Mitchell Owen, Joseph Tyne, Mika Talbot, Pat Murphy, George Schmidt, Harry Dixon, Tom Shaw, the Cox. In lane 3, the Australian Capital Territory is Angus Scott, Dylan Outram, James Robson, Ben Hayward, Harry Willis, Frederick Kearney, Jesse Rosen, Darcy James, Moira Geraghty, the Cox. Coaches Tom Westgarth and Kendall Brody. In lane 3, South Australia, Jonathan Mackay, Igor Zarabin, Hugo Worm, Arthur Drayden, Max Henry, Oliver Evans-Wood, Henry Belcher, Jasper Boyce, and Sophia Tayeb, the coxswain. In lane 4, the New Zealand North Island, which is Jefferson McConaughey, James Holland, Clayton Potts, Ethan Claridge, Charles Beale, Daniel Taylor, Tarek Farak, Jack Henry, Bradley Kingma, coach Michelle Munro. Victoria in lane 6 is James Forsyth, Sam Chin, Joshua Matheson, William Hexter, Max Curry, Alexander Williams, James Simpson, and James Houghton with Arabella Hall, the Cox. The New Zealand South Island crew is Flynn Mercer, Ashley James Fitzgerald, Luke Brock, Jackson Compain, Finn Allison, John T. McIntosh, Toby Robertson, Charlie Moon, Ashley Takon, the Cox. Coaches Lauren Gibb and Justin Wall. And Western Australia are in lane 8, and that crew is Liam Bow, Connor Brace, Jacob Arms, Fergus McCallum, William Joseph Mariach, Blair Parnell, Kit Muller, William Main, Harrison Ranger, the Cox. Coaches Alec Steffens and Graham Scattergood. The crews have moved into line. We're very close to a start. Just looking at the screen, if those of you watching on the live stream, boats appear to be straightening up and getting ready to race. We're due for a 1 o'clock start. It's a men's Cox State. This is the 2025 Oceania under 22 year age group Trans Tasman Teams Racing Championships. First time this particular type of competition has been held between the Australian states and New Zealand Islands crews teams, and the winner who wins the most races points for over the 3 days of racing in all the different boats will receive the Rusty Robertson Perpetual Trophy at the end of this competition, just as the winners will get their gold, silver and bronze medals for first, second and third. Presentations will take place soon after the last race. We have 2 races to go, the men's and women's Cox 8s finals. We had a really close race in the preliminary race for lanes. The lane situation is that the course is deemed fair, so the favoured lanes are the middle lanes. So the winners have been rewarded with the middle 2 or 3 lanes for the place getters. Trying to find my results sheet. Yeah, so the North Island, it was a close race. North Island won not by a lot from South Australia and Victoria. And I think there are a couple of other crews pretty close as well. So I predict a close race again in this men's 8. And we are off and racing. So racing in the men's 8, the penultimate race was the regatta. So I can see on the screen the first 4 boats have appeared, all racing well. Early stages, it's been a lot of action to be happening in the boats, a lot of encouragement from the coxswains. The race plans all would be pretty similar in the first 500 metres or so, is to go good start and keep going. And it's pretty normal for the race to be reasonably close in those early stages. We don't have any intermittent timing, so I can't get any accurate calls of what's happening. We're trying to observe here with binoculars and looking at the screen. So we can now see the full field all racing. I do think the New Zealand, North Island and South Australia and Victoria are in fact leading or battling for the lead, those 3 boats. They would have been your race favourites from the preliminary event. I'd say the South Australian and Victorian crews are pretty much matching themselves. The ACT crew putting in a good performance here. They're not far off the being level pegging with the South Australian boat, who are in close company with New Zealand North Island, and alongside of them Victoria. The Victorian crew also putting in a good performance here. They're through the halfway mark, and they do think those are the leading boats. The Queensland crew on the inside seem to be doing quite well as well. So it's a good close race, ladies and gentlemen, to enjoy here. We can enjoy it. Those guys are working pretty hard. They're sort of enjoying what they're doing. Bit of pain involved and hard work. But through the halfway, I think the local South Australian crew in the red are certainly up with the leaders. Victoria, the North Island from New Zealand, Victoria, and also the ACT probably in 4th place there. So approaching the 500 metres to go, 1,500 metres travelled, and we had a good race here. We had a close race in the preliminary event, and we're getting the same thing here now. The South Australians and New Zealanders going for it, Victoria as well. Those three boats definitely on the move. I just... can't run the stopwatch. Hands are too cold here. So I'd say the North Island New Zealand crew are just in front of South Australia at the moment. South Australia and Victoria are about on level pegging, running second and third. And the South Island New Zealand crew in the mix as well. Now the South Australian crew in the fours put on a pretty dynamic finish, and it looks like they're trying to do it again. So you don't get much better entertainment than this, ladies and gentlemen, in a rowing race. It's South Australia and New Zealand going stroke for stroke down towards the line. The red South Australians surging. It's really close. We got the photo finish there. They go past me. That's going to be so close that the photo finish machine will be working. And Victoria close third, the New Zealand. And here's the battle for the minor placings. The ACT and New South Wales, Western Australia, in a good battle. We definitely have a photo finish result there. Very close between South Australia there. Whoever got the stroke in on the line will be the winner. I'm very familiar with the photo finish camera because the photo finish camera is on the top tower of the judges' tower, where we commentators used to have the best view of the place up there, but we've been chucked out to the wind tunnel here on the balcony for the big photo finish camera and all the technology that they use. So we'll get you a result sometime. But what a beautiful race. For those of us that love rowing, that's what we love to see. Great competition. And the first four boats there was a good battle for the bronze medal there for third and fourth. Hang on. Sorry, I need to...
4, 5, 6, 7.
Hang on.
Use the pen if you want.
Yeah, I've got one. Here we go. So okay. First.
4, 5, 6, 7,
yep.
2, 3, 8. Finish order.
Got it.
Okay.
Yep, beautiful. Cool. And margin, you got a margin?
The winning margin, I don't know if it's in time, it'll be about a metre.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, here's the official result. Winning by a metre from lane 4, South Australia. Second, North Island, New Zealand, by about a metre it was. Victoria were third, the bronze medal to Victoria. New Zealand, South Island were fourth. Fifth to Queensland, sixth to the ACT, and seventh to Western Australia. That's the official result from the judges. South Australia first, North Island, New Zealand second, Victoria third in the men's Oceania Cox States. So we're a minute to start time for the women's 8. I'll give you the lane draw. It's in lane 2, the ACT. Lane 3, South Australia. Lane 4, Queensland. Lane 5 is the New Zealand North and South Island. Victoria we're in lane 6 and West Australia in lane 7. This could be a bit of a different race. The New Zealand crew won the preliminary race really by clear water. So if they hold true to form, we could be in for an exhibition. Try and give you the names. So in no particular order, the Australian Capital Territory team is Sophia Smith, Carly Netherway, Pip Gray, Emma Goulburn, Jade Wilson, Zara Turner, Hannah Griffiths, Aprilia Michelle, Charlotte Catchpole is the Cox. Coaches Tom Westgarth and Kendall Brody. The South Australian crew is Rosie Kavanagh, Victoria Binns, Hannah Claughton, Sarah Hoadley, Caroline McNally, Daisy Holland, Deanna Macalino, Ella Mackay, and Madison Newland. Queensland is Grace Turnbull, Alice O'Toole, Astrid Coates, Grace Moffat, Laija Murphy, Georgia Campbell, Minia Bishop, Georgia Montague, and Grace Bentley to Cox. Western Australia is Elsie Griffith, Chloe Flea, Lara Connolly, Isabel Utley, Nuala Holland, Emma O'Neill, Isabella Edinger, Imogen Hubbard, Helena Herworth the Cox. Coaches Rebecca Dunsford and Graham Scattergood. Sorry, Graham. Victoria is Amber Tulloch, Isabella Rosotto, Georgia Miller, Eddie Benson, Victoria Trenton, Scarlett Shelton, Isabella Morrison, Felicity Murray, and Morgan Herbert the Cox. And the New Zealand combined North and South Island New Zealand national team really for the women's crew is Millie Scott, India Nichols, Olivia Ollenshaw, Olivia Pybenga, Ella Barr, Jessie Polford, Emma Bargary, Tegan Negus, and Heidi Baldwin the Cox. The coaches Ella Campbell and Justin Wall, Lauren Gibb. And they're underway, racing in the women's 8, the last race of this Oceania regatta.
The official margin was 0.26 a second.
It's got the official margin in time. It was 0.26 of a second, 0.26. That was the margin, the winning margin in the men's 8. Meanwhile, the women are approaching the halfway mark. Those of you watching on the live stream, we can see a very talented field, a magnificent sight of these boats, these Cox 8s racing down the buoyed course. It's buoyed like a swimming pool for racing. We love it here. It's a great course for racing. We've got a following wind that's probably giving us good racing conditions, really. Challenging, but these rowers are used to training and this sort of stuff and racing in it. They're all handling it pretty well. Just to my naked eye, I do suspect the New Zealand crew, the all New Zealand crew in the lane 5 are leading. Still pretty close company for the rest of the field. I'm pretty sure it's Queensland and New Zealand that are setting the pace. Queensland is probably trying to go with the New Zealanders who really showed some great form in the preliminary race. So New Zealand rating in the high 30s, from what I can gather. I'm too cold to get a good stopwatch work there. And I'm sure they've got the lead over Queensland, South Australia possibly in 3rd. And Victoria, South Australia battling for 3rd spot, I would think. But it's New Zealand that are leading from Queensland. So New Zealand got their big white blades flashing. Queensland in their maroon colours, looking very strong. Victoria going quite well over in lane 6. But New Zealand are certainly coming through the last 1,500 metres travelled, approaching the last 500 metres. They do have a lead. I don't think it's as big as it was in the preliminary event, but it's certainly the New Zealand crew that's in front. Are clearly in front. The New Zealand have got a good bunch of supporters here, I noticed, with their two island teams. And they're leading the way. It's New Zealand leading the way in their white boat. So it's a North and South Island combined New Zealand team in this Oceania competition. And the battle is on for second and third between Victoria and Queensland. Victoria in the dark blue with the white V. Queensland in the maroon colours. Perhaps Victoria slightly in front. Those two slugging it out. South Australia running fourth. Back to Western Australia and then the ACT. But heading down towards the line. A convincing win, really, to New Zealand. They're clearly in front. Victoria look like they've got the better of Queensland. They're about half a boat length in front, approaching the line. South Australia are going to finish fourth. That's West Australia on the far side. They're going to finish fifth in the women's Cox State. And here comes the ACT winding off the field. So a win there to New Zealand. Don't need to worry about the judge with that one. I'm pretty sure it's a clear-cut win to New Zealand. And Victoria were ahead of Queensland. South Australia fourth. West Australia fifth. The ACT sixth. So that concludes racing for today. That concludes the regatta. Thanks to all the competitors, all the coaches and staff and team, the help team managers. They're very important. All our boat race official and especially all our volunteers that make this whole regatta go. Well done, and thanks to everyone. Safe travels home, and the presentations will be shortly. What?
That last race,
yeah.
As they cross the line, that's official.
Right. Yeah. So both those last two final races, the results are official. All okay.
Yep. So it's 5-6-4-3-7-2 that last race.
6-4-3-7-2. Yep.
Yep. That's official.
Yep. Well done, Andrew. So Phil Mangelsdorf signing off from the commentary position. So next time you'll hear people speaking, it'll be the presentation. So thanks again to everyone, all the volunteers, the camera operators, our live stream. Hope you've enjoyed that too. So I'll sign off. Thank you very much.